Okay, thank you so much, Marco. So we can start. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the second part of our MES 2026 session, Building Multidimensional Models for Assessing Complex Environmental Systems. I'm here to welcome you together, my colleague and friend Caterina Caprioli. And now I'm going to start to present the first author, CU Xiu, and Professor Marco Alvise Bragadin. CU will present life cycle assessment and analytic hierarchy process-based sustainability assessment for heritage building renovation. CU, the floor is yours, and remember you have 15 minutes plus 5 minutes of question and answers.
Okay. Can I start for my presentation? Hello, good. Sorry.
Go.
Okay. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my presentation. My name is Siyu Qiu, and I'm a PhD student from University of Bologna. Today, I'm very happy to show our research at the ICCSA 2026. The title of my presentation, the paper is LCA and AHP-based sustainability assessment for heritage building renovation. And this work was worked together with my professor, my co-advisor Galin. So let's start first one, why we do the research gaps. First one, protecting the history building is very important things, but it is also very hard. Usually, if we want to calculate the environmental impact using the LCA, we need the high quality 3D digital work and like the HB. But now in reality we have made face two different ways. The first one we have data scarcities. The main screen is for many old buildings, so we only have the incomplete 2D CAD drawings. The 3D modeling cost is too high. It will waste lots of money and lots of time. The second one is we have the information uncertainty. So history material are very liquid. Our case study is a church, and this one is damaged in 2012 earthquake. So to solve this problem, our research object is to overcome the data bottleneck and establish the direct mating method, and from the unstructured to the geometric data to materials environment properly. And now we have to design the new four step for the framework called the CD and the LCA AHP framework. Let's see the first step. The first step is the data accuracy creations. This one we should extract the dynamic from the 2D drawings. And the second step is the solution generations. This one is designed from the different recommendation strategies. Let's move to the step 3. The step 3 is adaptive quantifications. This one we use the LCA to calculate the environmental benefits. The last step is the first one, the last one. This one is comprehension design makings. We can introduce the AHP to balance the multi-dimensions values. Now we can see the materials flow. The trend is based on the 2D drawings. We can see the left pictures. This one we call this or the process is the QTO. This one is the old name is the quantity takeoff. And this has three steps. The first step is geometric reductions. This one we can use say the areas and plus the integral calculate and output the quality takeoff. And the second step is material public mapping. This one we can use all the related value to the mass and the output all the things is the mass list is the kilogram, like the break the destinations. And we can change the all the value into the actual mass in the kilogram. The third one is the LCA interactions. This one we can put all the mass data into the environment database and to find all the environment uh, impacts. Let's look at our case study. This case study is the beta version data secure charge of uh, the Bologna in Italy. For this study, we only choose the U-sharp sections of the northwest as our unity of the analysis. As you can also see the table 1, the summary of the geometric dimensions and the mass of the building compositions. This one, the total mass is the 12.95 meters, and the average, the height is the 11 meters. By use of the CD extract method, we can find the value of the mattress wall is exactly at the 100 meters. And then based on the history buildings cost, the mandatory destinations is 1,080 kilograms and per cubic meters. So all the total material mass is about 118 tons. So we can use all the tables as our the baseline for all the calculations. Let's see the repair seems the three sets. Uh, this one we can see the first one is repair the earthquake damage. And one, we can create the three different repair scenarios. The option A1 is the baseline. This one we can see all the routines methods like the surface treatment and the correct routines. This is exactly for the protecting the historical and calculated for the organization the buildings. Option the A2 is traditional method. This one is used the reinforce the concentrated ring mills and steel batteries and all steel narrows increase the stiffness. The option 3 is the FRCM. This all is the February reinforced centimeter metric. This makes the worm much safer and more security without the changes the intellectuals the effectiveness. On this slide, we can list all the materials, the amount, and the LCA result for the all three options. if we look at the total at the mass, the first option A1 only add the safety and say 716 kilogram of the metals and the waters, and we can see the last A3 one. This one is advanced one. We can see the math result. This one is the more than 114 and 166.74 kilograms. So on this slide, we can list all the materials amount and the LC result for all the three options. If we look at the total and mass, we can see the option A1. This one is only at the 1,700 and the 60 kilogram of the battery and the waters. For the option 2, this one at almost 14 tons of the concentrate and the waters and the steels. And the option A3 at over 14 tons, because this is the thick high performance materials allows. So now let's look at the right the pictures. This one we can see, or we can most important is GWP and AP and RU. So the GWP is called global warming potentials, and the AP is acidifications and potentials. And the last one is the RU. This one is resource use. And even the option 3 have the over 2,000 and 1,700 kilograms of the CO2, but this one is much better than the A1 and A2. So the big question is how to choose the best strategies when the safety and environmental conflict. So to make all the things the balanced choice, we can build a materials tritiers decision analysis. Frequent as seen in the 3 dies, the first level is over all the goal. This one we can see the goal is select the most sustainable charge one restoring strategy. And the next is the level 2, the theories. This one we can divide for the 4 one. The first one is environmental sustainability. The second one is technology and the structural performance. And the third one is economic. And the last one is the heritage construction values. And then this one we can use the other things, and in the second series, this one we can secondary interest like the GWP and the AP, and this one and the most other ones, and this one we can and use this one to the AHP to give the weight to this series through the approach survey. So we can calculate all the things and see all the tables. We can see these 2 tables can show the heritage conservation values receive the highest weight of the near the 40%. Follow the technology performance at the 15.1%. All over the consider check pass the very perfect, means the weight are reliable and certificate. The last step is the compassionate environment for the restoration strategy. And we can see the table 7 shows the final score of the result. After combining all the weight and the scores, we can see the A3 achieve the highest total score, the 7.5882, followed by the A1 with the 7.0678. This means that when the balance all the value together, the advanced FRCM method is optimal choice for these heritage buildings because this excellent structure safeties, long lifespan, and low maintenance costs. And we also did the sensitive analysis of the satires weight for the storage scenarios. We can see the tables. This one can show the A3 is very stable. It stays the best choice in almost all the situations. Almost the A1 becomes better only if the weight of the heritage population goes extremely high, above the 16%. Another one, the A3 is very great one. So in conclusion, our study successful create a lightweight CD and LCA and AHB models. These models help the energies to make sensitive and transparent restoring decisions with the data thus is scale, and without needing a complex and expensive 3 models. But of course, there are some limitations. Right now, our simulations have only been counted on the typical to 12.95 the one segment, and the complete geometries of the Charleston and the upstream have not been fully simulations. Maybe in the future work, we want to expand all the assessment boundaries about the traditional materials background database and explore the integrate the real-time monitoring data onto the deep digital models. This brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you for attention. I'm very happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, CU. It's very interesting work. I would like to know if there are some questions from the public or from the other authors.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, I think that there are no questions from the public, but I have a question for you, CU.
Yes.
I am wondering to know how can your method handle more complex challenges, such as the church dome?
Uh, yeah, now currently our model was only tested on the 12.95 meter one segment. This is indeed limited of our current work. Maybe in the future for the completed dome like the dome, our 2D 3D drawings can be the next step of our order the research, we can plan to compare all the method with the simplified 3D geometric rules and multi-angle 2D sections like this one. And maybe they can help us to calculate the formula of the equilibrium shape more accuracy without losing the light white. So this one is our last step for the research. Thank you for your question.
You're welcome, CEO. Thank you so much to you. And so
Yeah.
now before leaving the floor to my colleague for the second contribution, I would like to ask you to Professor Bragadin if you want to add something about this contribution. Otherwise, we can move ahead.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Just a few words. What is important in this research work is trying to assess with multi-criteria decision analysis the different design alternatives for reinforcing restoration of existing historic building. So this is something that well, it should always been done because in practical, in actual renovation projects or restoration projects, it is very difficult to compare different indicators as the one that CU has shown in her work. So I think that anyway, this is first step of the research. The next step will be actual, a better weighting process for the AHP, for the analytical hierarchical process. But anyway, as you've seen, the sensitivity analysis showed that the method is in a way robust. So actually the solution, the in a way winning solution, the A3 solution is in a way always winning. Okay, always winning. So this is real. So it means that the model, the computational models, is correct, because in a way is what we were expecting.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Bragadin. And now I leave the floor to Caterina Caprioli.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I think we can move to the second contribution that is entitled Mainstreaming the Ecosystem Services Values in the Context of Green Public Procurements, authored by Francesco Sica, Maria Rosaria Guarini, and Francesco Tajani. And I suppose I leave the floor to Francesco Sica to present the work.
Okay, thank you so much. So I can move on to share the screen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, do you see correctly?
Yes, now yes.
Okay, thank you. So, hello everyone, I'm Francesco Sica from Sapienza University of Rome, and I'm here with for presenting the work we made with Mario Rosaria Guarini and Professor Francesco Tajani concerning the ecosystem services value mainstreaming in context of green public procurements. It is oriented for selecting some possible criteria to use for supporting the ecological transition in the city development or urban per-urban context, using some particular criteria for supporting the assessment of specific investments for urban planning and development by means with the ecosystem services value. This is a general structure of the work. We start with the nature matters in the procurement assessment, then we jump to the key concept concerning the nature of the ecosystem services value, and we conclude the work analyzing a demonstration case, a pilot case analysis that we select in Rome for starting to select, to individualize some possible set of criteria for using them to support the assessment of investment in urban planning for supporting the ecological transition of the cities. We can start to say which are the main characteristics, the main features that characterize then individualize the procurement matters. They can be defined according to the transparency, the competition, the cost effectiveness, and they are aligned to policy goals for supporting the development in the respect of principally to economic and financial objectives. But in the current state, we have to assume we have to take into account other consideration and other reflection concerning more specifically the ecosystem health and the ecological restoration in the cities according to the environmental challenges. We can decline the environmental challenges in many terms, in many words, likely ecosystem services, nature-based solutions, but they are to face with the financial mechanism and the governance tools. So the challenge is to balance it, to create a balance sheet between the ecological restoration and the ecological things with the financial and economic mechanisms that underpinning the development of a city urban and in urban and peri-urban context. In this perspective, we briefly define the ecosystem services value. What are ecosystem services? Are the benefits that ecosystems can provide to humans, capital, and the building capital in multiple perspectives, and they are undervalued in the economic and financial decisions. According to the different international classification, they are classified and they are defined in the provision, regulating, supporting, and cultural. And according to the different classification, the ecosystem services value produce different impacts in the investment decision-making processes. In fact, according to the different cluster, the decision that can be made for supporting for steering the development of a territory, they have different impacts. So the challenge is to integrate these different aspects of the ecosystem services value in the economic decision framework. And in this perspective, we see that the public procurement can be seen as a strategic tool for supporting the ecological transition of cities, assuming on the basis of the ecosystem services value. In this line, in this perspective, which are the role of the cities and the public authorities, they are adapting different strategies for answers different challenges in the for supporting the ecological restorations. They are in the planning investment field. Other are specifically concerned the air quality improvement strategy. Other, for example, are concerning the social well-being enhancement or the biodiversity enhancement in the ecological realm. But in this field, the green public procurement can be assumed a strategic tool, an informative and important tool for supporting, for helping the public decision maker in supporting and helping the ecological transition of the cities. The green public procurement is the first attempt to integrate and to take into account the ecosystem services value, the ecological benefits provided by the existing ecosystems in the cities in the assessment procedure. They are characterized by integrating the environmental criteria, and they are based on the adoption of life cycle thinking. This is an important aspect to be taken into account because they consider impacts from production to the disposal of different investments, and they overall characterize the structure of a green public procurement. There are different strategies that we can act for make operative the transition from traditional GPP to regenerative GPP. The traditional GPP are characterized by the main objective to minimize negative environmental impacts, and oftenly they are characterized by using different key tools, likely the minimum environmental criteria, strategies likely the LCA, efficiency targets, for focusing on the reducing CO2 emissions, waste management efficiency, limiting hazardous substances. But how we can jump to regenerative GPP, regenerative green public procurement? They have to be based on the nature-based approach, with the main objective to actively generating ecosystem services production, and the possible key tools for using for supporting this transition can be seen in individualizing specifically key performance indicator concerning the ecosystem restoration, or adapting international framework, likely the system of environmental economic accounting, or starting from bottom-up approaching, analyzing and assessing the nature-based solution. In fact, to date, we can individualize different field of priority application areas that are directly in the defining the urban green infrastructure, realizing permeable surface in the cities, creating a landscape biodiversity friendly, or supporting the correct and efficiency management of forest ecosystems. There are different categories of intervention area that we can see in the general approaches for supporting the ecological transition of a city context. But the goal is to start to individualize the possible criteria and the indicators to be integrated in the assessment of the green public procurement, for integrating, for mainstreaming the ecosystem services value, in order to guarantee and to supporting the longer term effectiveness in the futures. We try to apply a context analysis approach. So we have started to individualize a possible pilot case study to study to analyze in order to extract a set of criteria for using them towards assessing the ecosystem services as possible drivers for integrating the ecosystem restoration in the assessment of the public procurement. In the case we have started to individualize the first case of example of interest is initiatives in Rome about the 100 parks that it was made by the municipality towards to reinvolve different neighbors in the cities for improving accessibility, safety, and the public use of parks, promoting environmental sustainability, biodiversity. The project will be developed in the next 10 years for the main objective, the main goal for improving the climate resilience of the cities, starting from the enhancement and reinvolving of the different neighbors of the cities. We have analyzed different pilot sites of interest in Rome, analyzing the starting the investments that are currently implementing the cities in the context of the 100 parks initiatives, and we have extracted different criteria that are suggested us to individualize some key performance indicators for monitoring the progress and the efficiencies of these investments. They are concerning the environmental and social health aspects, economic and governance compliance. We start to extract information starting from the analysis of different documents of the investments that are starting to be acting in the cities in the context of this strategy. And according to this set, we have tried to relate these indicators, these criteria, with different ecosystem services in order towards to relate the ecosystem services value with these criteria indicators we have analyzed. We have extracted, analyzed the investment of the 100 parks initiatives. By these steps of analyzing different projects, we have made the attempt to define the possible framework, workflow to follow from the contracting authorities for supporting, for helping the implementation of the different nature positive initiatives. They are started in defining objectives, integrating criteria weights for the specific indicators that we have extracted, analyzing the implementing investment of the 100 park initiatives. Then we define the plan and monitoring. It is needed to active partnership between public and private authorities, and this is fundamental to train the teams. So we try to recommend the training aspects in the context of mainstreaming the ecosystem services value towards to clarify which are the ecosystem services, which is the meanings underlining the ecosystem services value, and in which way we can transfer the ecosystem services value in the economic and financial perspectives. By these experiments, this is the first stage of the ongoing research. It is for the green public procurement in the context of the mainstreaming ecosystem services value could be a strategic, sustainable policy tool for supporting concretely the ecological transition of the cities, take into account the long-term impact effectiveness, The green public procurement could be used for spending the public resources in a ecological perspective, in an ecological point of view. And the 100 parks initiatives show multiple urban benefits. They are assumed on the basis for assessing the different investments that are proposed for supporting the realization of these initiatives. But the next step will be based on the enlarge the set of the case studies, for enlarge the criteria to use for the mainstreaming the ecosystem services value in the context of the green public procurement, with the aim for supporting, for helping, for bringing the public authorities in acting completely the ecological transformation and sustainable transformative change of the city in ecological perspective. So that's all. Thanks for your attention. And okay.
Thank you very much, Francesco. I ask if there are some questions from the audience online or in presence. Otherwise, I have a curiosity more than a question. In terms of scalability of your proposal, do you think that a part of the case study that you start analyze, the approach, the proposal that you propose can be easily be scalable in terms of dimension of the project, dimension of the area under analysis, or should be used more a smaller scale? I'm curious about that because sometimes the topic of ecosystem services is wider, both in terms of elements to be considered, but also the area in some way affected and impacted by ecosystem services. So this is my curiosity.
Yeah, thanks for your question. So yeah, the effort is to, is specifically in this perspective, so to collect information, criteria, and possible key performance indicators to be used at neighbor scales. So to context-based, the effort is to apply a context-based approach. So analyzing a possible, a more large set of pilot scale case studies to collect more information that are applied in a specific context-based, in order to have a set of criteria and a suitable performance indicator to be used to be applied in neighbor scales. So it is an attempt to jump the gap that exists about the ecosystem services value that are more related to the ecosystems at a large scale, at a wide scale. So I think that the study on the ecosystem services have started in this point of view, in this point. So the attempt is to apply a bottom-up approach, analyzing the case studies, collecting criteria and possible key performance indicator in order to have a more efficiency and more concrete and realizable criteria indicators to be used in investment that are applied in a more circumstances context.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if there are other questions or curiosity. Otherwise, I think we can move to the third contribution. I leave the floor to Vanessa for the presentation.
Thank you, Caterina. Yes, the third contribution is by Yvonne Russo, Daniela Menna, and Fabiana Forte, entitled The Post-Occupancy Evaluation of Reused Confiscated Assets, an Application in the Campania Region. I leave the floor, I think, to Daniela Menna.
Yeah, good afternoon. Okay, do you see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. I am Daniela Minna, a research fellow in evaluation from the University of Campania Luigi Vanvitelli, and today I will explain this contribute with my colleague Yvonne Russo, that is a PhD student in architecture from the same department. This contribute was carried out with the professor Fabiana Forte, and the title of this contribute is Post-Occupancy Evaluation of Reused Confiscated Assets, an application in the Campania region. So, In the recent decades, the European Union has strengthened its policies for identifying, seizing, confiscating, and recovering assets linked to organized crime. Taking away criminal assets is now considered one of the most effective ways to fight organized crime. Research on the organized crime portfolio show that criminal organizations manage real investment portfolio across Europe, especially in countries such as Italy, Germany, Spain, France, and United Kingdom. Their investments are concentrated in sectors of construction and real estate. Construction is particularly attractive because of public works and procurement, while real estate is used to launder money, generate legal income, and strengthen territorial control. In Italy, real estate represents more than half of confiscated assets. For this reason, confiscation is no longer only a criminal sanction, it's also a tool to weaken criminal organization and return resources to local communities. At European level, the Directive 42 introduced an integrated approach that includes identifying, seizing, managing, confiscating, and reusing of criminal assets. And recently, the Directive 1260 has further promoted the social reuse of confiscated assets as a stronger cooperation among member states. In Italy, in the other countries, such as Germany and Belgium, there are some innovative experiences that are emerging. While in France, there are also recently introduced confiscated assets to public body and association. Italy, in this context, is considered one of the most advanced European models for confiscating criminal assets. Its system includes two types of confiscation. Confiscation after a criminal conviction and preventive confiscation. The second can be applied to people considering socially dangerous whose assets are clearly disproportionate to their legal income, even without a link between a specific asset or a crime. This system began with the law Rognoni-La Torre and now is regulated by the Anti-Mafia Code. A key role in confiscated assets is played by the ANBSC, the National Agency for the Administration and Destination of Cited and Confiscated Assets. This agency manages the entire process, from the administration to the final allocation, working with local authorities and third sector organizations, and promote the public and social reuse of confiscated assets, transforming them into school, cooperatives, cultural center, and social facilities. According to the ANSC, a lot of confiscated assets in Italy are located in the southern of Italy, which account the 73% of the total. The highest number are found in Sicily, Campania, and Calabria. A lot of these assets are under administration and the other have already been assigned. The social reuse of these assets creates benefits that go beyond economics. It supports regeneration, social inclusion, and trust between citizens and institutions. More assets are houses, villas, land, and commercial buildings used for welfare service, education, culture, and sustainable agriculture. In the Campania region, 55% of confiscated assets have already been assigned, while 45% are still under management. The situation is better for real estate than for businesses, which have lower assignment rates. Campania has a lot of confiscated assets. More than half are located in the province of Naples, followed by province of Caserta, Salerno, Avellino, and Benevento. And 39% of confiscated assets are located in Campania region. In this region, the reuse of confiscated assets is an important tool for promoting legality and giving these properties back to local community. SASSEN depend cooperation between the national agencies, so the HAMSC, local authorities, and civil society. An important example in Campania region is Agro-Rinasce Consortium in the province of Caserta. It has developed an integrated governance model that has transformed confiscated assets into co-working space, urban gardens, sports facilities, social housing, and urban regeneration projects. The province of Caserta is the most important area for studying the reuse of confiscated assets in Italy because of the strong presence of organized crime. In Campania, Camorra group are still active, especially in environmental crime, construction, and waste management. These show the close connection between organized crime, the legal economy, and the infiltration in the public administration. The province of Naples and Caserta have the highest concentration of mafia activity, with many municipalities dissolved because of mafia infiltration, a lot and a large number of confiscated assets. In Caserta, we have the largest concentration in the municipality of Castelvolturno, Trento alla Ducenta, Santa Maria la Fossa, and Casal di Principe. And these figures show the strong economic influence of criminal organizations and their ability to infiltrate in public contracts. In this context, the Agro-Rinasce Consortium has promoted the recovery of these confiscated assets by giving them productive, social, and healthcare function, creating a new economy for the cities. Among these municipalities, Casal di Principe is one of the best examples. It has assigned many assets to public and social uses, adoptive administrative tool, and transparent management. These cases show how the reuse of confiscated assets can be support urban generation, local development, civic participation, and stronger culture of legality. Our case study is located in the municipality of Casal di Principe, in the province of Caserta, in the street Alcide de Gasperi. This building is a villa that once belonged to the Camorra member. Following a court order of Italy anti-mafia legislation, the property was confiscated and returned to the community according to the principle of social reuse of confiscated assets. The revitalization project began when the property was assigned to Agro-Rinasce Consortium and transformed in a house of association as a part of a wider urban regeneration project funded by Campania region. Later, in 2011, part of the property was assigned through a public society that called Davar Social Cooperative, which started a social enterprise focused on the employment of people with disabilities. After several bureaucratic analyses, the project became full operational in 2016, with the opening of the Dulcis in Fundo social chocolate workshop supported by the Foundation with Sud. This experience show that the reuse of confiscated assets creates benefits that go beyond the economic dimension. Transforming a property once owned by organized crime into a workspace for people with disabilities is a powerful example of giving something back to the community. It promotes inclusion, autonomy, participation, and social innovation. The main experience in the province of Caserta show that the confiscated assets can become an important tool for local dimension and social cohesion. So, however, assigning a property is only the first step in this case. To understand how the project will be successful, it's necessary to develop an evaluation model that can measure how the assets are used, the impact that they generate, and how well they respond to the needs of the local communities.
Nowadays, many revitalization policies continue to prioritize only the physical renovation of these buildings, despite the fact that various experiences have shown that these processes need to also the involvement of specific expertises and also the implementation of participatory processes. In fact, when a property returned to the community fails to meet users' expectations or also needs, it risks falling back into a state of disuse and neglect. Even if confiscated assets are periodically checked and reviewed, current procedures mainly verify that the physical purpose is maintained and also that there is no criminal infiltration, but so our contribution focused on a specific question. What is the missing element? What generally lacking probably is an assessment of the actual performance, the user satisfaction, and also the real impact generated within the local community and the local and social context. And in this context, the post-occupancy evaluation can help to understand these types of impact. As it is a systematic process for evaluating the performance of buildings after they've been occupied for a period of time. And it's widely used in architecture and facilities management to understand how buildings perform when they are used for a period. And the post-occupancy evaluation compares expected performance with users' evaluation and users' experience, combining technical, functional, social, and management dimensions. And for this reason, it can therefore be understood as an interdisciplinary research methodology aimed at understanding and improving the interaction between buildings, technical performance, and also human needs. And consequently, in the context of adaptive reuse and the development of regeneration of existing buildings, the post-occupancy evaluation can help to verify the consistency between a property's actual physical and spatial characteristics, of course, but also its intended new function, thereby reducing the possibility of incompatibility between the building and its contents. And in general, the post-occupancy evaluation implementation follows a well-defined process, which can be summarized in four main stages: planning and scope definition, data collection, data analysis, and finally, interpretation and report. Of course, each stage has been analyzed individually by applying it to our case study, with the main aim of proposing a very simple and clear operational model that can be applied to very different cases, independent on the intended use of the recovered assets, and thus enhancing the compatibility between different experiences and facilitating more informed decision regarding the management, the use, and especially the valorization and the sustainability of these assets. And first of all, aims, stakeholders, and indicators were defined. The quantitative and qualitative data were collected, analyzed, and interpreted to assess the overall performance of the Full Dulcis in Fundo chocolate shop. And in this figure, we can see the three thematic areas corresponding to the main performance evaluation macro dimensions. And for each thematic area, specific aspects of the analysis were identified, and then these specific aspects were activated through the development of a set of KPI designed according to criteria of objectivity, measurability, and especially of replicability. And in the second stage, quantitative data were collected through an interview with managers and some operators of the chocolate shop with respect to the three thematic areas as a function of references value that had previously been established. Of course, in this stage, for the quantitative data, these quantitative data are linked to the performance of the business. In parallel, a qualitative investigation was developed based on a direct user experience and a structured closed-ended questionnaire was designed to collect subjective assessments to of both the expected and also the perceived quality, as well as also the impact of the asset in its local and social context. The stakeholder involved expressed their personal opinions, both by completing paper forms on site and also by the digital platform Google Forms. And then in the stage 3, we had the data processing and analysis. Analysis of quantitative data shows an overall positive performance, a very positive performance. The balanced representation visually highlights the differences between the current performance and benchmarks. Indicators within this thematic area are well aligned with established standards. And then also the qualitative data were processed and interpreted. And in summary, users report a very high levels of satisfaction, especially with respect to the strong, inclusive, and accessible capacity of this asset of the Dulcis in Fundo chocolate shop, and a very relevant social impact on the territory, which even exceed in some aspect the initial expectations with respect to the success of the chocolate project. And however, the analysis also found negative aspects that needed improvement, such as, for example, the need to improve the relationship between the broader local community beyond, of course, the direct users already involved in this project. And in conclusion, this research aims to demonstrate that the effectiveness of the confiscated assets should also be assessed through their actual impact rather than through their formal reassignment, and the continuous monitoring of actual use and impacts of these assets is essential. So in this case, the post-occupancy evaluation proves to be an effective and flexible tool, and also a replicable framework that can support public administration, but also decision and policy makers in improving long-term valorization strategies and ensuring a real, effective, and also sustainable community benefits. In this case, about this confiscated asset, but also about the identification of intervention to be prioritized in general and to given greater attention. In this specific context, the post-occupancy evaluation can also support the managers of this asset in identifying potential issues to be corrected to implement the efficiency of this project over time, of course, and moreover, the active involvement of users through some participatory processes can help educate the citizen about the tangible, but especially the intangible impact of a project in its territorial context, and can contribute to the social development of the community. And this is a list of some references.
Sorry to interrupt you. You must wrap up. Thank you.
What?
Must synthesize.
Yeah, I finished. Okay. This is a list of references. You will, of course, find it in our article, and that's all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Daniela and Yvonne. Sorry for having interrupted you just at the end of the presentation, so I apologize. I have a question, but I would like to know if someone from the public have some curiosity or questions to share with us. I think not, so I come back to Yvonne. So first of all, thank you very much to both you for the very interesting research. I am from Southern Italy, so I have really appreciated this type of research and the effort also to understand the so complex dynamics, let's say. I have a question concerning the stakeholder engagement. So we are dealing with complex situations. So we are not talking about urban regeneration, increasing of quality of life, and so on, but situation for that you have fragile dynamics. Okay. So I would like to know how can be identified stakeholders in a situation like this. How many, for the Dulcis in Fundo experience, how many stakeholders have answered positively, proactively to join to this type of intervention?
Yeah, it's not simple. In general, it's not simple when you apply a post-occupancy evaluation, not only in this specific case. In this specific territorial and social context, it's more difficult, yeah. But it was really difficult with all, especially with all the people that they are really habits, really use it to live in this complex social situation, and are not so able to so happy to respond to participate in this evaluation. But fortunately, the young people are more active in this, also because this operation of regeneration, of social regeneration in this context, in Caserta context, was started, I think, 30 years ago. So the young people are not don't know the real situation, the real old situation of this context. So they are more happy to take part in this evaluation.
So, do you have also considered workshops independently from the interviews, questionnaires that I suppose that you have considered as one of the main tools to approach?
Yes, not in this case, because in this case the purpose was to interview the direct users and indirect users, but that live near and close this asset. But in general, yes, it could be useful to have not only in questionnaires but also and especially workshop and laboratories during the time, not only during a specific day or in a specific week, but over time for a long period, because it could incentivize the participation of the community, of all the part of the community.
Okay, thank you so much, Daniela and Yvonne.
Thank you.
I leave the floor to Caterina.
Yes, thank you. We can move to the third contribution that is entitled a Mass Appraisal DSS for the assessment of cost effectiveness of flood mitigation interventions, authored by Chiara Dal Paus and Tommaso Lazzarin. And I think I leave the floor to Tommaso.
Yes, I'm sharing my screen. Now you should be able to see my screen, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
So you can start 50 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. So good morning, good afternoon indeed. And today I'm going to present this work which involves a mass appraisal decision support system for the assessment of the cost effectiveness of flood mitigation interventions. So the objective of the present work is to provide a parsimonious mass appraisal decision support system that basically computes the avoided flood damages and then evaluates the flood risk mitigation measure at the regional scale with the important possibility of comparing to each other different possible mitigation measures. The model we are proposing needs to be robust. In addition, it must include a reasonable number of state variables, and it must be fed via the largest number of sources, possibly relying on open source database or accessible data. Indeed, the motivation that moved us for the present work was a specific request for the Veneto region that needs a practical mass appraisal support system for comparing and prioritizing flood risk intervention measurements. However, despite the advancements in modeling, the data limitation, the data availability remain a critical challenge because the lack of data may affect even the most sophisticated model. And in addition, the incomplete dataset may reduce the reliability of model output. So we need a model based on a solid database of data, which can be used also by the Veneto region with by the practitioners of the Veneto region for doing such analysis. The evaluation procedure has basically four sequential steps. I'm going to illustrate briefly each of them in the following. The first step is the identification of the area prone to hazard, which is basically the spatial extent where a specific intervention is expected to modify the hazard condition. And considering the case of floods, for example, the area prone to hazard correspond to the inundated area in the present condition, so in the as-is condition. The step number 2 is actually subdivided in the several sub-steps. The first one is the hazard assessment. So the hazard is basically the potential to generate a damage. So it can be expressed either in terms of physical variables, for example, the water depth of the flow velocity in case of floods, or through discrete hazard classes, for example, classifying the hazard between into some discrete levels. In the case of floods, these can be achieved by using two-dimensional hydraulic models that provide the spatial distribution of water depth and velocity in a given domain. In this plot on the right-hand side of the slide, I reported a possible as-is and a possible planned scenarios for different return period. And as you can see, with the intervention, the hazard is reduced within the area under investigation. Second sub-step is the exposure assessment. So we need to assess the value of the elemental risks that are the assets that are located within the area under investigation. That includes buildings, infrastructures, and the population. So these data should be retrieved from a solid database. For example, from the people, we can rely on ISTAT data for the density of population within each municipality, or for the buildings, we can rely on cartography maps that allow to extract each single building. The third sub-step is the identification of the vulnerability that quantifies the proportion of the exposed asset. Indeed, when there is an hazard, an asset may not be completely damaged. So for a given hazard intensity, the vulnerability expression, the fraction of the total value that is damaged. It obviously depends on the hazard characteristics and varies spatially according to the hazard distribution. And to compute this vulnerability, basically some damage function are used that express the relative damage as a function of the local hazard condition. Here reported to, for example, these such damage functions for the population or for buildings as derived in a previous study we published in 2022. Then the first step is the damage assessment. So within each spatial point K and for each category I, we derive the damage assessment as the multiplication between the unit value, the number of elements at risk, and the vulnerability for a given hazard level. For the unit value, we can rely on several sources depending on the item under investigation. For example, for the residential buildings, we rely on the data provided by the Italian Revenue Agency for buildings type and for location within the cities. But for example, for industry and agriculture, the unit value associated with the damage can be retrieved from the revenue based on the ATECO coding. Then the total damage is obtained by summing across all the spatial units K and all the asset categories. And this operation must be conducted for both the as-is scenario and the planned scenario, because of course they are forced by different hazard levels. And at the end, the benefit is calculated as a difference between the damage in the as-is and the damage in the planned scenario. We then, at the first step of the framework, we calculated a cost-effectiveness index, which is calculated as the ratio between the avoided damage, so as the ratio between the benefit and the cost of the intervention. This is basically the simplest possible application, but this general framework can be also extended to consider multiple events over the service life of the infrastructure, whereas the previous equation I shown are specifically referred to the analysis for one event, so one return time that is characteristics for the specific mitigation intervention under investigation. So this is a conceptual map of the workflow. To summarize, we identify a probability or a return period of the characteristic event that forces a specific flood risk mitigation intervention. Based on that, we identify an hazard impacted area. And then for both the as-is and the planned scenario, we calculate hazard exposure vulnerability that allow to compute the damage in the as-is and in the planned scenario, and then we calculate the benefit and the cost effectiveness index. I am going to illustrate briefly a case study that we use to test the model. This case study is based on the analysis on a levee on the Piave River near the town of San Donà di Piave. This I'm going to specify that this is a test case for demonstration purposes only, so it does not exactly correspond to reality. Indeed, we hypothesize that the levees in the as-is and in the planned scenario are as reported in the bottom right hand side panel. So in the as-is scenario, the levee follows the levee crest follows the black line, whereas after an intervention it is reinforced, and so it follows the crest follows the red line, so with a higher crest. So to do so, first of all, we estimated the investment costs. The length is given by hypothesis, and it is equal to 1.8 kilometers. And based on previous work, we estimated a unit cost per linear meter of about 1,800 euro per meter. And so by multiplying, we determine the total cost of the intervention. Instead, for the damage, we set up a two-dimensional hydraulic model. So we realize a mesh of the area for which the bathymetry was available. And then we run the hydrodynamic model for this specific river reach. And because we assume that the levee crest is actually lower in the as-is scenario, we have an overflowing in the floodplain with the inundation with a given velocity. In the planned scenario, because the levee crest is a little bit higher, this overflowing is limited, and so we still have some inundation of the floodplain, but with a reduced intensity, and so with a reduced hazard. As a first step, we estimated the direct damage to buildings. So based on the inundated area, we estimated the area under investigation, which is bordered by the red line here. Then from the regional cartography, we extracted all the residential buildings in the area, which are the yellow points in the bottom left-hand panel. And then to each building, we assign a specific value per square meter based on the OMI value. Then we combine the information. So we have the hazard in terms of water depth and velocity. We have the exposure, so each building within the area. We have the vulnerability function that relate the hazard, that expresses basically the relative damage as a function of the hazard. and we have the specific value. So we were able to calculate the total direct damage to buildings for the as-is scenario, which is about 41 millions, and for the planned scenario, which is about 11 million because it's associated with a smaller inundation. Then we also evaluate the direct damage to industry in terms of monetary loss due to business interruption. We extracted the footprints of the buildings from the database OSMAND, and then we estimated the monetary loss per day based on the revenue of the year 2020 following the ATECO category C. And based on the firm size in the area, we also were able to estimate an average daily revenue per square meter of each firm, which was about 6.09 euro per square meter per day. With all this data and the hazard we simulated with the aerodynamic model, we determined that the flooding lasts for about 3 days in this area, and because we do not have other data, we assume a vulnerability equal to 1, so specific relative damage equal to 1. And then we were able to, with combining all this data, to obtain the total damage to industry, which was about 2.5 million euros for this specific event in the as-is scenario, and about 1 million for the planned scenario, even in this case, because it is associated to a smaller inundation. Then we combine these two information to obtain the total damage in the as-is scenario and in the planned scenario. We calculate the benefit as the difference between the two, and then the cost effectiveness index as the ratio between the benefit and the total cost of the intervention, which is 9.59. Of course, this value is correspond to this specific intervention, which again is a fictitious intervention based on an hypothetical levy, an hypothetical levy crest, which is not so in reality, but it illustrates how the methodology works. Of course, one can apply the same methodology for other different mitigation intervention and compare each other to the different cost effectiveness index to identify which can be the best option. So at the end, I'm going to the conclusion. This proposed evaluation framework integrates hazard assessment, exposure quantification, and vulnerability analysis to estimate direct and indirect damage under as-is and planned scenarios, to calculate the benefit and then a cost effectiveness index. We have tested in a single case study with different assumptions, but this procedure it is scalable and can be adapted to different context and to different risk mitigation interventions. Of course, it has some limitation because we focus on some specific category of damage, and because it is less sophisticated compared to microscale approaches, but it was because this procedure must be usable also from the practitioners of the Veneto region. And of course, it requires some other testing to evaluate the sensitivity to the vulnerability function and to other hypotheses we have assumed. And thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Tommaso, for this really interesting work and presentation. First of all, I ask to the audience if someone has some question or curiosity. Maybe Vanessa, I don't know.
Yeah, but if you want, you can.
No, you can start.
I can start.
We can
sorry,
use...
I can not hear you.
Oh, sorry, because I have my microphone closed. So, Tommaso, congratulations for this work. It's very, very interesting. And I have two curiosity. One is simple, is about what are the main sources that you have considered for the investment cost. And the second one, what is, let's say, the linkages between the time scale of the mathematical model that you have presented in the 7th slide and the real cost effectiveness of the proposal.
Okay, so I'm going first to answer the first question. Indeed, they've made some works on a downstream reach of the reach I investigated, and so based on the document of that project, we estimated a linear cost of the analysis, just to have an idea of what can be the average cost per linear meter. And indeed, as far as the second question concerned, I have not really understood the question. So
I want to let's say explain once again. So when you present in the slide number 7 the simulation with the arbitrary time level, okay, so you have the time evolution but with the arbitrary scale, if I have well understood, right?
No, in the numbers, I'm just to share my screen.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, slide number 7 is this one. So basically, these are some function that expresses basically as a function of a specific hazard level. Let's say, for example, the water depth, the relative damage. If I focus, for example, from the top the top panel, it means that, for example, from W equal to 1, it means that more or less the 90% of adults are dead, let's say, during these specific water hazard conditions. And then what we do is to run another model that expresses for each element within the domain what is the actual water depth. So based on this equation, which are function that expresses the relative damage as a function of the hazard, we are able to evaluate what is the damage. So this is not evolution of the hazard on time. Is a function that links the hazard, the relative damage with the hazard, and the hazard is found by running a hydrodynamic simulation, basically.
Now it's clear. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you. I don't know if Professor Dalpaus wants to add something. She joined us. Otherwise, we can move to the last presentation. Okay, I think we can move.
Okay.
I was not able to switch on. Just my apologies, and thank you again for accepting our presentation, and of course to Tommaso, who at the very last moment took my place because I was in the hospital today. So thank you to the organizer. Sorry for this. I mean, not being able to participate in the section fully. So thank you. Just to see it.
Thank you to be here, simply to say hello, and thank you, Tommaso, for the really interesting presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. So last but not least, Caterina Caprioli and Marta Mottero are going to present the contribution entitled Sustainable Mobility and Urban Development Models, an Integrated Scenario Building Approach.
Okay. Can you see my screen in full screen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So good afternoon, and thank you for the presentation, Vanessa. The present work illustrates the use of an integrated methods for scenario building support. In particular, the integrated approach was tested to a real-world case study in the city of Turin for supporting the development of sustainable urban mobility scenarios at district scale. The presentation is structured as follows. After a brief introduction, the concept of eco-districts and sustainable neighborhoods are presented in terms of definition and worldwide experiences. Then the case studies is presented within the methodological approach proposed for the mobility scenario building. And finally, some discussions, conclusion, and future perspective are mentioned at the end of the presentation. So as we know, according to the United Nations, cities will consume 60–80% of the world's total energy and be home to more than 60% of the world's population by 2030. At the same time, cities remain mostly the ideal environment for technological, economic, and socio-cultural development. And in recent decades, the European Union has adopted and supported numerous directives and programs to promote sustainable development, particularly in urban areas. And the United Nations proposing the 17 Sustainable Development Goal, and specifically SDG 11, Sustainable Cities and Communities. However, from a mobility perspective, that is the focus of this presentation, the data show that only half of the population has access to affordable public transportation, and the air pollution causes a great many premature deaths. Consequently, it is not surprising to see a growing development, both theoretically and in practice, urban focus initiatives such as smart cities, sustainable neighborhoods, and net zero energy districts. And many of them focus on the neighborhood, recognized as the most appropriate level for sustainable urban development, since it represents an intermediate level of analysis and action between the city and the building, where various social and institutional networks are directly active, offering greater opportunities for participation in collective decision-making processes. This middle level has taken on greater significance for policymaking in urban context, particularly after the COVID-19 pandemic, as it enables people to reach essential services on foot or by bicycle and provides new open spaces for recreation and socializing. Consequently, the 15-minute city, or more generally X-minute city or Barcelona superblocks, are emerging as significant models to be adopted and adapted to other contexts. But proposal will give more space to non-motorized mobility, becoming an important step toward encouraging public transportation over private one. Our research focused in particular on a development model known as eco-districts or sustainable neighborhood. These two terms are often used interchangeable to describe instances of change and innovation within cities, particularly at the neighborhood scale. In particular, a study conducted by Holden in 2015 classified 32 projects as eco-district experiments around the world, as represented in the figure. However, despite the growing number of these experiments, the characteristics and strategies adopted are far from uniform. This is often also the result of intrinsic variability, both in the meaning of sustainability and neighborhood, as well as in the role it plays within the different urban areas, the policy framework, and planning practices. Various authors have attempted to define the paradigm of eco-districts and sustainable neighborhood in a clear and unambiguous manner. For example, Luderitz in 2013 identified 9 integrated principles for their development. But this perspective, however, is more a guide to the implementation than a representation of how this paradigm is applied. Also, Bottero et al. In 2019 explored different experiences in Europe of eco-districts and sustainable neighborhood, showing again a lack of uniformity among them. However, the study identified clusters of strategies adopted in different cities, categorized as energy environmental aspects, social economic aspects, mobility, and urban design aspects. According to the mobility that, as mentioned before, is the focus of this contribution, the European experiences highlight as one of the primary objectives to discourage the use of private cars by implementing public mobility services, in particular new tram lines, but also railway and underground connection, or new and extended bus lines. Furthermore, the use reduction of private car is encouraged by the growing spread of car-free areas in which the number of parking spaces is significantly reduced, confining them to the edges of the districts. In many cases, these actions are combined with the spread of mixed-use roads shared between pedestrians, cyclists, and recreational areas. And in other cases, cars are allowed, but only if they are electric or combined with carpooling or car sharing initiatives. Last but not least, it is important to underline that mobility is worldwide considered one of the most important pillars for a sustainable neighborhood development, and similar mobility strategies are also proposed outside Europe by different authors. Objective of these studies is to support the development of sustainable mobility strategies and actions, exploring the case of San Salvario in Turin, Italy. San Salvario is an official neighborhood of the city, and its boundaries clearly separate the neighborhood from other parts of the city, the train station to the west, the main hospital to the south, to the east the river, to the north the city center. With an area of approximately 2.2 square kilometers, this neighborhood is characterized by a multi-ethnic population, numerous recreational venues, and several notable historical buildings. And San Salvario was chosen in the city of Turin both for the potential for innovation and growth it has demonstrated over the years, and for the administration specific interest in testing in this area other type of initiative, for example, initiative related to recycling and its monitoring. Within this context, and to support the development of these strategies, several assessment methods are of course available to support the evaluation of this kind of projects in the context of urban transformation. To increase the efficiency and effectiveness of this model, there are recently growing interest in experimenting with integrated approaches, not only one approach. So taking into account at the same time multiple actors and stakeholders involved, as well as different values at stake. This contribution in particular integrates the stakeholder analysis and the SWOT-STEEP analysis for developing a scenario building approach to support the definition of alternative mobility scenario for the San Salvario neighborhood, taking into account the main element characterize the decision-making problem and the area of investigation, as well as the key actors and stakeholders involved in the process. In these figures, there are illustrated the main stakeholders involved in the sustainable mobility process of San Salvario, organized according to the power interest methodology. From the figures, it's possible to appreciate that the most important key players are, of course, the city of Turin and the public transport authorities at local, metropolitan, and national scale, but also residents thanks to the active involvement of district associations. Instead, from the SWOT-STEEP, first of all, it is important to emphasize that this SWOT-STEEP represents the final list of elements which represent with the greatest impact and least uncertainty. And this list was derived using a Wilson matrix scenario building approach. So we have a big list of possible elements, and these are the summary of this list. And from this list, it emerged the opportunity of European funds combined with local ones that can boost the financing of sustainable mobility projects. And additionally, the city of Turin is currently experiencing a period of significant transformation for the engagement in the process of formulating its new urban regulatory plan. And one of the main elements of the proposal is, one of the main elements of the proposal is precisely the issue of mobility, which serves as a structural element of the entire urban development. Consider that this city is one of the most polluted in Italy and Europe in terms of air quality, and San Salvario is one of the districts with high traffic and congestion in different hours of the day. New mobility system can improve the quality of life in the area by reducing congestion. Last but not least, from a digitalization point of view, the district, but in general the whole city, requires some steps forward. Some synergy also emerged from the synthetic SWOT-STEEP with respect to the stakeholder analysis previously shown and the engagement of the different stakeholders. In particular, the presence of widespread micromobility services, car and bike sharing, electric scooters, and so on, can serve as the final link in the network provided by local public transport and railway connections. San Salvario can also benefit in this transition due to the presence of various local organizations, as mentioned before, that can guide the change, especially in terms of project acceptance, at the level of local citizens' action. And also it benefits from a great number of young inhabitants and students that are generally more inclined to use alternative modes of transportation. In fact, it is worldwide recognized that the transition from private car usage to alternative transport modes is perceived as high-cost behavior change in terms of independence, flexibility, and comfort losing. Based on these elements, identifying the SWOT STEEP analysis and the synergy with the stakeholder analysis, it was possible to identify a set of strategies for mobility in San Salvario. These range, for example, from improving pedestrian routes to implementing ICT technologies, from structuring a multimodal transport system to increasing shared mobility systems. Based on these strategies, 3 alternative scenarios were created, exploiting the synergies between the actions. In particular, scenario 1 follows the model of Barcelona superblocks, reducing the overall flow of traffic within the neighborhood, with benefits in terms of environment and social interaction among residents. However, the project could face considerable resistance from citizens due to the profound changes in habits that it would entail. Nevertheless, examples of superblocks have shown general acceptance by citizens due to the significant improvement in quality of life and enhanced social interaction. This proposal in San Salvario, thanks in part to the numerous associations in the area, could become a model of civic life that could be exported on a larger scale. Scenario 2, on the other hand, represents a less invasive project in terms of changing residents' habits, but with significant benefits in terms of alternative mobility options offered to the inhabitants of San Salvario. In fact, it will complement and add new mobility solutions, particularly around the station on the north. Scenario 3 is the last invasive design solution from an urban and morphological point of view, although it requires considerable effort in terms of technological implementation costs. The app, its initial feature, could be developed fairly easily and quickly, but overall the system and its adoption should be considered a long-term project, particularly in terms of acceptance and uptake among residents. However, it is important to highlight that all the scenario could have some community or public resistance. For example, the superblock proposed in scenario 1 should consider some mitigation strategies or participatory governance models to reduce the resistance during actual implementation. Promoting a multi-modal approach in scenario 2 could also represent a radical paradigm shift, affecting long-lasting habits and economic interests. And scenario 3 relies on ICT tools which may face practical obstacles, for example, and in particular for elderly residents that may be excluded because unfamiliar with new software, new technologies. Designing an interface, providing offline assistances or offering community training would make the proposal more effective for the entire community, and therefore in all cases the strategies must shift from a top-down to a bottom-up approach, gradually proposing these more sustainable and convenient alternatives. To go to the conclusion, at the end, the present study explores some theoretical urban models, especially sustainable neighborhoods and eco-districts, to understand the possible strategies for real-world case application, especially from a mobility point of view. The proposal uses the San Salvario district in Turin as a suitable testbed for experimenting with sustainable mobility tactics and initiatives. We explored the integrated use of stakeholder analysis and SWOT STEEP analysis and a scenario building approach, made it possible to identify alternative solution, considering at the same time the specific characteristic of the districts, its relationship with the overall city and its strategies, as well as the possible stakeholder involved in the project. The application to a single case study is certainly a limit of the present work. However, the methodology proposed for scenario building can be easily replicated to other case studies. Future prospect for this research will certainly involve the development of a quantitative or quantitative analysis. And then another important element of the research will concern the direct involvement of citizens through the administration of a questionnaire in order to identify the real needs and habits and define potential guidelines for transformation. Thank you for your attention, and I'm here for any question or curiosity.
Thank you so much, Caterina. There is Marta Del Lobo, please.
Okay, hello. Thank you, Caterina, for your presentation. I have just like one question that is about the generation of the different scenarios. So since you've been developing several multidimensional strategies and then you've been combining strategies for developing the 3 scenarios, I was wondering the methodology for mixing the different strategies. So how did you decide to select the first one, the second one? It was like a workshop, expert panel, or it was more about I don't know, the dimension that you would like to better focus on according to differentiate more the scenarios?
Thank you, Marta, for this interesting question. At the beginning of this research, we try to stress the alternatives in the sense that we try to identify some very, very different strategies, the super blocks, and then the technology, the app, in order to combine all the different type of transport modes. So in this phase, the strategies are in some way, very strategic. We avoid, in this phase, and we have not time to include the population with workshop or expert. So in this case, the idea is to try to stress as much as possible the alternatives. But of course, as I partially mentioned at the end of the presentation, in order to increase the number of alternatives, to make them more real in some way, for sure we would like to develop some surveys with the questionnaire and workshop with the population in order to understand their habits, their needs, their perspective, also in terms of future mobility and the way in which they can change in some way their habits. So at the moment, as mentioned at the beginning, the alternatives are try to stress some and to follow some very radical options. Okay, so and try to combine all the elements that can help to design this radical, combine all together. So I hope to answer your question.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marta. There are other questions from the public? Otherwise, Caterina, I have one last curiosity before concluding this part of the session. So when you mention in the future prospect the qualitative and quantitative analysis, can you give us some insights about what could be these methods and for what purposes this can be employed?
Yes, thank you. Thank you also for this question, because for type reason, I don't spend so much time on that. For sure, these analyses have a strong limit that is based on the fact that we have not compared these alternatives. First of all, the alternatives, as mentioned before, are radical alternatives, so we have to include other kind of alternatives, as Marta asked me before. But for sure, the evaluation of these alternatives in terms of quantitative, of KPIs, CO2 emissions reduction, or a new pedestrian zone generated, and so on, can be for sure a way to select among the different alternatives. And so the idea is to, for example, use or quantitative KPIs or to conduct a multi-criterial analysis in order to combine both quantitative and qualitative elements, qualitative information. But also there is the opportunity to expand this research, also adopting a multi-agent system in order to understand the current habits and way of transport of the residents of San Salvario, in order to test with different configuration and different alternatives the possible impact of these alternatives, and in which and where and when habits and can change in some way. So these are the main future prospects. Surveys for sure and workshop with the population, but also some quantitative analysis in order to improve the quality and to assess these different alternatives. Also in order to see the problem of these alternatives and maybe create other alternatives derived from the combination of these three proposed.
Thank you so much, Caterina. So I can say that we can conclude this second part of the session. So thank you once again to all the participants, and don't miss the last third part of our MES session. Thank you very much for everybody, and enjoy the conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Goodbye. Bye.
Okay. I think we can start, right? It's 5. Yes, it's 5 in Italy. It's 4 over there. So good afternoon, everyone. So this is the third session, actually, of our seminar that is about building multidimensional models for assessing complex environmental systems. This time I'm going to chair, so I'm Marta Dell'Ova, I'm going to chair this session with Giulia Datola. And I'm going to directly, I think, introduce the first presenter, the first presentation that is about evaluating the socioeconomic impact of citizen science, lesson from 454 European Environmental Initiatives for Urban and Regional Policy. I'm not sure who is going to present. I think Andrea Sarcina. Okay.
Hi, can you
Hi.
hear me?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
So thank you for being here. So I'm going to leave you
Thank
the
you.
floor if you want to try to understand if you are able to share the screen.
Let's see.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, you can see. Okay, perfect. Okay, so thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining in. So the aim of our article and this presentation is trying to assess the relevance of citizen science environmental projects in relation to urban and regional policies. To do so, we studied 54 citizen science projects and try to assess if any of their outcomes were translated into some form of policies for urban or regional planning. So, to give you a bit of context, citizen science is claimed to be increasingly used for environmental monitoring and public engagement. Interest from urban and regional authorities is growing, but there is also the problem that the outcomes of these projects to be integrated into any form of policy should be at least comparable one to another. And one of the means to do so is to conduct a socioeconomic impact assessment, but many projects do not yet provide this assessment consistently. So, recent literature highlights the policy potential of citizen science. To give you an example, there is an article from 2025 by Goose et al. That claims that citizen science may increase the project legitimacy, future project legitimacy, but only if the outcomes are proved in some way. So, again, there is the need to conduct some sort of assessment. And right now, at least right now, it is not really clear how and if at all projects conduct these assessments. Those assessments are translated into some form of policies. So the paper asks the following 4 questions. So how many projects assess socioeconomic impact? How comparable are the methods? How much policy uptake is in fact documented? And if the assessment is somewhat linked to post-funding survival of the project. So we started by consulting the European Commission Joint Research Center inventory of citizen science projects. And we found a total of 503 projects. So we conducted a screening phase. Following the 3 criteria, you can see that the project should be conducted at least at macro-regional scale, should have started in 2007 or later, and the available documentation should be in English. The macro-regional scale is justified because the citizen science projects vary wildly among one to another. So we focused on the biggest ones, let's say, so that received the most funding, and so they are connected, for example, to European funding projects, and so they must respect at least a standard. The 2007 instead is simply because in 2007 the iPhone was presented to the world, and so it's the beginning of the smartphone era, and the smartphone are often used in citizen science projects because they are handy, simply. And the documentation in English is, on one hand, because there is the necessity of understanding the documentation, and linked to this, there is the potential for dissemination. Like, for example, if the documentation is presented only in a foreign language that is known to a small amount of people, a relatively small amount of people, say Hungarian, for example, chances are that the conclusions of the projects will not spread around Europe. So we discarded those. So at the end, we found the outcome was a sample of 54 projects. And then we focused on the documentary analysis, on focusing on evaluation methods, policy uptake, stakeholder involvement, and post-funding continuation. So about the findings, we have 4 main findings. The first one is that there is a clear evaluation deficit. So among the 54 projects that we selected, only half of them conducted a socioeconomic impact assessment of some sort. The other half did not conduct any assessment, or at least did not make the assessment publicly available. So the problem in this case is that if your assessment does not exist, or at least it's not available, there is a difficulty on the part of policymakers, for example, to understand, for example, where the project was successful, where was not successful, where worked best, and so on. So it's difficult probably for decision makers to implement any of the outcomes of those projects in a structured way in any of their decision. So as you can see, roughly half of the potential evidence base is effectively invisible. The second finding is that even if there is a form of evaluation, it is fragmented. So among the 27 projects that conducted the assessment, you can see that 10 used a survey-based evaluation, 10 used an indicator-based, 6 conducted a cost-benefit analysis, and 1 used a mixed methodology. And there is not only the problem of different methodologies. So, for example, it's difficult to compare cost benefits with survey-based evaluations, but also within each of those groups, there is the chance that they did not collect data on the same metrics. Like, for example, they surveyed 10 different things, for example. So again, there is a problem of weak comparability across projects due to diversity. And also, there is the problem that even structured approaches like cost benefits are often tailor-made to the project. So there is a problem of weak external validity of any of those analyses. So the third finding instead is that there is a discrepancy between policy relevance and policy uptake. So many projects, at least a relevant portion, 35 out of 54, mentioned policy aims, claim policy relevancy, policy brief, or at least involvement of public authority, but we found little documented evidence of uptake or translation or anything of the sort from public authorities. So probably there is a gap between declared relevance and observable translation into action. And maybe this is due to the barriers you can see on the right, that there is still low trust in citizen data, citizen science data, general institutional reluctance, probably because they are not used to work with a project of citizen science. And then there is possibly a third cause linked to funding, that is the short project timeframes. Longer term projects maybe have a better chance of let them be known by decision makers and produce maybe relevant outcomes and conduct relevant, interesting, correct analysis. So there is also that possibly. Then there is the fourth finding, possibly the most interesting one. And among the 54 projects, again, 16 of them showed some form of continuation beyond the end of the funding period. And as you can see, for example, 24 had no active website or no recent evidence of activities, because we checked their website or some repositories online where they, for example, uploaded the materials of the projects, and we show that we saw that there was little to no activity for 24 of them. And on another note, 14 claimed business or commercial intentions, but we saw, again, no documented continuation. So instead, among the 16 that showed continuation beyond the initial funding, 9 conducted an impact assessment. So while we are very, very far from claiming any sort of causality, we think that this at least an interesting angle for future analysis, future inquiries, future studies, because there is the possibility that conducting the assessment may help the project to keep the spotlight and remain in view of policymakers and decision makers in general. So the implications are that citizen science can support planning and governance, but the outputs must be translated into institutionally usable evidence. That means that the data should be analyzed and the scientists should draw some conclusions, and those conclusions should be translated into a language that is understandable by non-professionals, because policymakers and decision makers usually do not work in science too, so they must be able to understand. And the evidence should respect those 5 characteristics. That means multidimensional, meaning not focusing on only one aspect of the project, should be comparable across projects, resource efficient, accessible to non-specialists, eligible to planners and funding bodies that are strongly connected. And so we think that probably for the future, the best course of action is to try to standardize a core of analysis for any project and adding context-specific modules, then trying to create a universal metric of success for these projects. And to conclude, so the conclusions are that we found a substantial evaluation deficit across the analyzed projects. Even if the evaluation exists in some form, there is fragmentation in methodologies, so limiting the cross-project comparison. The declared policy relevance is more common than the uptake. And at least from this very preliminary analysis, projects with impact assessment appears more likely to continue beyond the end of the funding period. So the conclusion, the takeaway is that increasingly the citizen science without more consistent socioeconomic evaluation is difficult to compare, justify, and sustain in the long period. So, thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Andrea. And I forgot before to mention also the other authors, Claudia Amadei, Franco Corti, Chiara Dal Paus, and Luciano Greco. So I also would like to thank them for contributing to this session. I would like to understand if there is any question or curiosity from the audience. Yes, one from Vanessa.
Thank you very much, Andrea, for this research. I am understanding that you are at the beginning of your research. In fact, there are many research findings. For that, I would like to ask you something about the second finding, because you have mentioned the mixed assessment tools. Even if you have listed the projects when they apply indicators, cost benefit, and what else, you then list mixed assessment. So are you referring to the fact that only one project taking into account the previous evaluation tools that you have listed in the slide, or what are these tools, and in what phase of the evaluations are they applied?
But that project there that used mixed methods simply adopted a mix between indicators and survey, and those were made at the end of the project to assess a degree of success. So they inquired the citizens and asked them, in fact, what they thought of the project. So, and I think that the problem in this case is that it's very difficult to plan from the beginning how to assess those projects, and so probably the general lack of standardized methods, and so recurring to mixed methodologies, at least in this case, seems something like, I wouldn't say an afterthought, but something that an unanswered question, like how should we try to evaluate what should we consider, what metrics and what not, and so.
Okay, thank you very much. I also have a very short question that is more about the different papers that we've been analyzing, and you've been mentioning the impact assessment that are the one that are the most successful, if I'm not wrong, right?
Sorry.
When you mentioned the impact assessment.
Yes.
Yeah, at the end, one of the last slide you said that are the one that are going to have also a success, the research, the different application with the impact assessment, in your opinion, are the one that are working better compared to the others?
No, it's not that they are working better. It's that possibly by doing the impact assessment, they are becoming more visible. It's easier to, for example, to justify funding, future additional funding. So I'm not really claiming that they are working better or there is.
No, I was wondering if the evaluation was like you detected that the evaluation and the impact assessment is like a support. So by working with the impact assessment, also the project is going to be valorized and also is going also to be a successful one.
Yes, in this sense, yes. But the only thing I may add is that I wouldn't. There is the risk of linking the success of a citizen science project to the additional funding that is linked to, for at least apparently, to conducting the impact assessment, which is not necessarily true, but at least doing these assessments may ease the fund gathering process at some point. So in this sense, yes, they are more successful.
Okay. Thank you very much
for
this clarification.
Okay, so thank you a lot, Andrea, again. I introduce the second contribution on this part, that is a study proposed by Vanessa Summa, Marta Bottero, Elena De Angelis, Roberto Monaco, and Dana Soares. The contribution is entitled Preliminary Insight of the Modeling of a Wine Region Landscape with Human Factor and Willingness to Pay. And the contribution is presented by Vanessa Summa. So please, Vanessa, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Before starting, I kindly ask you a feedback if you can see the full screen.
Yes, I see your presentation, but not in full screen yet.
Okay, I don't know why, but maybe.
But it is really readable also in this manner.
Okay, so I try.
Yes.
This way. Thank you so much for the introduction. Thank you for this opportunity to share this, let's say, state of advance of an ongoing research between Politecnico di Torino, University of Bologna, and the University of Minho. So this is not the first phase, let's say, of our research, but we have experienced it over the latest 5 years an advance in exploring the integration between the mathematical modeling and economic evaluation tools, particularly to support the evaluation of the resilience of the ecological quality of social ecological systems characterized by a high degree of complexity and uncertainty. More specifically, in this ongoing research, we have restarted from two past studies, one of mathematical type, which is the one paper from, Rossella Della Marca and colleagues, and by adding in a third equation into this set of ordinary differential equations represented by the willingness to pay, that is an economic, a monetary economic indicator. We have tested this extension of this mathematical model in a real case studies. For that, we have great knowledge, that is the wine region landscape of Langhe and Monferrato in southern Piedmont. And the main purpose of this application that I'm going to present is not only to test the advance and the reliability of the mathematical model, integrating this novelty, because it's the first time for this group of dynamic models, but also to support, as you know, the decision-making process, so both public and private actors in finding and in co-designing solutions to mitigate the climate change effects in these territories. For that, the economic power is really relevant. So I don't want to be boring about the context, because time is running out, and we know that at the international level, at the European level, we have many reports, many documents for that are alerting the irreversible effects of climate change. We are testing, especially in these days in Italy, the uncertainty of the weather and also the damages may cause. And this is why we should even more put attention on the complexity and uncertainty of cities and territories, and also promoting the awareness between the local bodies that ecological states, the human behavior, the governance decisions co-evolve all together. So, as I partially mentioned before, this group of mathematical models are, let's say, more or less 20 years, from their birth. And we have key publications. For that, we can assist to an advance. The first one was the contribution of the GIS systems. For that, Gobattoni and colleagues have enhanced the role of the land use land cover map by the regional geocatalogs, and more recently by Copernicus project. Then there were the advances for the ecological dynamics by recognizing that in socio-ecological systems there are networking relationships that may influence the ecological quality of the system. Then, more recently, Rossella Della Marca from the University of Parma and her research group experienced the role of the social behavior indicators inside this dynamical model. And this was the first time. So I wanted to take a parenthesis for that. The indicators, this type of indicators must be deepened, okay, because we have a few applications, and if we want to effectively apply this type of models to the real world, we must select the suitable indicators to do that. Last but not least, our proposal, our integration and advance is the principle of the total economic value as the third equation of this mathematical model, and we measure in the practice this paradigm through the willingness to pay, to support obviously policies and solutions for enhancement for the mitigation of climate change, by observing the potential trajectories that can be produced by the simulations of this mathematical model. What you are seeing at this moment, there is the free equation, ordinary differential equation. So for that, the first two represent a revisitation of a Lotka-Volterra cooperative model. This means that the two state variables cooperate to improve together. They are not competitive, let's say. And with this third equation, represented by the willingness to pay of the local community, can surely aid the man laws and the environmental laws to promote potential improvements over time. So the willingness to pay in this case is not considered as traditionally as a static output representing the result of a survey launched in a finite period of time. In this case, we can launch this element over time and assist to its potential evolution. As I partially mentioned before, this is the case study of Langherore and Monferrato wine region. This is located in southern Piedmont between the provinces of Asti, Cuneo and Alessandria, and since 2014 is included within the World Heritage List of UNESCO. But this inscription is not forever, let's say, because it's exposed to human pressures, spatial transformation, and so whatever modification can somewhat put in discussion the state of conservation of this UNESCO site. For that, we have a monitoring phase every 3 years just to ensure that the outstanding universal value is, let's say, conserved over time. We have not so much time to present all the application. This is why we focused the contribution only on 2 pilot case studies of this wider landscape. The first core zone is the well-known, is the Langa of Barolo, and where you have the mixture between the vineyards, the cultural heritage, the nature, and then the fourth core zone, Nizza Monferrato and the Barbera, is more vocated to the rural activities and winemaking processes. So we have started from, as I have mentioned before, from another past study by Professor Bottero and colleagues on 2011. They published the results of a survey held in 2011, so a couple of years before 2014, it was the inscription into the World Heritage List of UNESCO, and was representative of that time. So they have elaborated the survey through questionnaires put in strategic places of this case study, and then elaborated a multiple regression analysis to identify the relationships between the dependent and the independent variables of the questionnaire itself. They have proposed inside the questionnaire a choice experiment by considering 3 alternative scenarios. Due to a lack of time, we have directly tested the business as a usual scenario by considering the following attribute that you can see here concerning the naturalness, the extension of the vineyards, the landscape quality, the degree of intangible heritage, cultural accessibility, and also the cost to sustain the accessibility to this type of elements in the landscape. Okay, this is the starting point. Our work starts, from the step number 1, when we have used the results and the estimated coefficients of the multiple regression analysis to estimate the individual willingness to pay through the logarithmic equation formula for both residents and tourists. Okay, then our interest was to aggregate to have an average willingness to pay. This is why we have obtained the mean value between the individual willingness to pay, and then in order to import the willingness to pay within the mathematical model, we were obliged to convert the unit of measure from euro to an dimensional scale. This is why we have used the standardization formula by relating the mean value, the willingness to pay, we divided with the maximum willingness to pay expected in the area corresponding to 100 euro. And in the last table, you can see the conversion between the monetary mean value with the adimensional one. Then we have calculated the ecological parameters by taking into account the land use land cover map, the geocatalog by Piedmont referred to the 2012, okay, because this must correspond to the same year of the survey, and the digital elevational model with a level of detail of 10 meters. And we have used QGIS. Then we have pay attention. We have calibrated the values of the social indicators by imaging alternative social situations. Okay, so referring to high dense social interaction or a high support of the society towards the preservation of the landscape or social conflicts, okay, by changing and by calibrating the numerical value that you can see in table number 5. And then we have determined the initial conditions to predict the time evolution of these core zones through the mathematical software. These are some simulations, or are the most significant results that we have obtained through the time diagrams. you can read the time diagrams with the initial phase, the transitory phase, and the final phase, okay, by reading the evolution of the green area function, and for X stands for the human behavior function. So when you have W1 equal to 0, this means that we have excluded the willingness to pay. So this is equal to 0. When is different from 0 refers to the inclusion of the data dimensional value that I've shown before. In the first case, as you can see, the system is strongly characterized by environmental degradation, even if we have initial presence of a community of in favor of improvement of the ecological quality. So they are not, they are badly called environmentalists, but they are not the number of environmentalists associated to local associations such as the WWF and so on. They are considered as only those individuals in favor of an improvement of the environment. And so despite this presence, the social response is not sufficient to counterbalance the degradation pressure over time. But when we include the willingness to pay, so look at the right side of the slide, the ecological state improves and stabilizes at a higher level, and the perceived need for active environmental engagement decreases. But when we force the social parameter and by increasing as an extreme, okay, and putting the willingness to pay equal to 0, we can see oscillations and several collapse of the environmental system, as well as of the social support. When we include the willingness to pay, the behavior is stabilized and become constant over time. For the fourth core zones, we have similar results, even if for the first landscape unit we have more interesting results than this one. Indeed, the proportion of the community in favor of preserving the environment tends asymptotically to 0 in all simulations, and the introduction of an economic contribution improves the long-term outcome of the environmental system, and thus confirming its stabilizing role in regions characterized by different ecological and social conditions. The system evolves towards a regime in which the environmental conservation is no longer driven by the social pressure, but is instead sustained by structural or economic mechanism. Final remarks. So, as I mentioned before, this is an ongoing research. This was the first attempt to know and understand the functioning of the mathematical model. And what we can reflect is that the time dimension is a recurrent topic, especially when we deal with those assets capable of producing a public benefit. In this case, the time dimension of the mathematical models is of arbitrary type and is not real as it happens for the cost-benefit analysis or the social discount rate. The interpretation of the time and the phase diagrams that I have shown before requires a certain degree of expertise to support the decision of policymakers and privates in finding the most suitable interventions. So they are not user-friendly, let's say. And the evolution of the variables become constants in the final part of the time diagrams, so that decision makers and policymakers would like to know what really happens after seeing in the long term this type of behavior, especially when we want to interpret the intergenerational phase between the previous human generation and the subsequent one. And the authors are going to deepen the social parameters because we have recognized that a limit of the mathematical model, and we want to well define them to find a way to measure them quantitatively as the remaining indicators, and why not using on-site sensor devices, of course, in other different territories. And that's all. Thank you so much for the attention.
Thank you, Vanessa, for your really interesting presentation. I kindly ask to the audience if there are any question, curiosity, or something else. Okay, so I have a curiosity, okay, because it is really, really interesting, the integration of the economic parameter of the willingness to pay in these dynamic models. I know that they are quite complex to be managed, and also this integration is really a big effort and also challenging. So I am asking you this according to, a perspective of a public administration or a decision maker. So the integration of this economic parameter, okay, how can support somehow the decision or the programmation of some I don't know transformation or also some planning according to the municipality. So which are the findings that decision maker can achieve according to this integration?
Yeah, I would like to reshare once again the results, so this is so that we can see directly the output. This is the linkages. So when you present to public body or a private want to invest in the local territory, this type of behavior allow to define in time potential measures to prevent something, to improve the potential state, even if we don't have the real time dimension. In 5 years will happen, I don't know, a violent flood, okay?
Yeah.
This is not the goal. But from an ecological point of view, in systems with an agricultural vocation, when we well know that there are landowners that are selling the vineyards to acquire the vineyards in the North Europe only for an economic purpose and abandoning the local terroir, the local knowledge close to this area. So you can let's say with these cases, okay, you can identify in a short or a medium term the time suitable to define or to co-design potential policies, but this is devoted to the spatial planners.
Okay.
We know that many of us have expertise in urban planning, and we can be engaged to support once again the local administration in this sense. But we must note that this type of output is far from the expertise of the spatial planner, maybe is close to the expertise of our municipal technicians, confident with landscape ecology principles and something like this. And is let's say, a rare expertise that must be enhanced, especially for what we are living.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much again. So if there are no other comments from the audience, I think that we can conclude our session. So I would like to thank the audience and the participation of these three moments in which we can share our research and sharing our knowledge and expertise. So I also wanted to thank my colleagues with I am co-chairing this session, so Marta Dell'Ovo, Vanessa Summa, Caterina Caprioli, Federico Dell'Anna, and Marco Rossitti. So thank you again, and hope to see you next year. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Thank you. Bye.